Who else is here? Izameru, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, are you there? Can you on your camera? Because I want to take a photograph of people who is attending the class now. Can you on your camera, please, everybody? Right. My video is not working on that one. But some of you is okay, so just wait. So just take a photograph. Right, okay. And okay, I think we can start our class. Okay. Let me share the screen first. Okay, you all can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir. Can see the
Okay, you all can
screen.
see your screen, huh? Okay. You all can see me also, huh? Okay, you all can off your camera. We will start our class now. Okay. First we will look at the timetable again. So today is
28.
sorry.
It's a 28.
20th? No, today is 28, right? So from 2 to 4, we will do seminar number 2. That means we're going to look at the discuss chapter 4 to 6. And then maybe after week of 4, we will just do the asynchronous and we'll introduce chapter 7 to 10. So today we actually got 2 things to accomplish, right? Discuss 4 to 6 and also introduction to 7 to 10. Okay, so so far, have you got any question you'd like to ask me for chapter 1 to 3? Anybody? Nothing? Okay, if there's nothing, well, then we will just continue. I think some more students come in. Who are they? Atazal, Nora come in already, Uma come in. Okay, so we will now go to chapter 4. Now I think you all can see. Can you see the word here? Time value of money. Time value of money. Nora, can you see the word time value of money?
Yes.
Okay, basically what it means is, so let me just share with you in very brief what it means by time value of money. Then we can ask some questions. Okay. Okay, let's say now. Okay, now let's say today is 28th of January 2024. Okay, now, and let's say you have, how would I say, you got some money with you. Okay, you got some money with you, and okay, now it's 24 million, and you got money. You have the same money you got. Maybe let's say you got 100. You have right now. Okay, money that you have. Okay, and let's say you got 2 options. So you got scenario 1, and maybe you got scenario 2. Okay. Now, what is your action? Now, scenario 1, your action is you do nothing. So let's say you do nothing, and So what is the outcome on 27 January 2025, 1 year later? What's the outcome that you have? You will still get 100 without doing anything, right? Just don't do nothing, right? That's what happened. But let's say, for example, in scenario 2, you have 100, your action, you put to the bank. At, let's say, a 10% interest. Example, huh? Because it cannot get so high. But anyway, just to let you understand what is going on. Now, what will your outcome then? You will get 110. All right. Now, why would you get 110? Because you have the original 100, right? And you get a 10% interest. Now, is that understood? At this point. So if you do nothing, what do you get? Of course, you get the 100. That's all. You don't get anything else. But if you are put into a bank at 10% interest, after 1 year, you get 110. Is that understood, Nora?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
What does this mean? It means what? What does this mean? It means very simple. The 110, what does this 110 mean? $110 means it is worth 100 1 year ago. The 110 is actually worth 100 1 year ago. Can you see the logic? What's 110? It's actually worth $100 1 year ago. And what is this 110 means? It means this is the future value of 100 1 year ago if you have invested. So notice the word is called future value. The 110 is actually the future value of 100 1 year ago. Understand? Therefore, the 110 is equal to the present value of 100 1 year ago. So the future value of 100, future value of 100, hang on. 110, 1 year later is what 100 is what 100 1 year ago. Okay, so this is called the future value. This 100, this future value of 110 equal to 100 1 year ago. Okay, this will be better to easy to explain. Okay, so therefore, the factual value is equal to present value 1 year ago. So you'll be confused with the wording present value and future value. It's basically future value is future value 1 year from now. Present value is what is the value now, right? Now, what happened to this one? When you do nothing, obviously, when you do nothing, you only get back 100. But most people will not do nothing. You have to put in the bank, right? Of course, you can do nothing and put underneath your bed, but then maybe you're scared of rats or whatever it is, it's get stolen. Most people will not do nothing unless you're one of those people who's really lazy. Don't do anything. Okay? So let's look again. If right now you have, on today, you have $100. Action, you do no action. Oh, sorry, it's water. Scenario 1 and scenario 2. So in scenario 1, what have you done? You do nothing. So at the end of 1 year, 272025, you get 100. But if you do something, scenario 2, you put in the bank, you get interest at 10%. So your outcome on 1 year later will be 110. And that 110 is actually worth 100 1 year ago. Can you understand this logic? Now, or another way of putting it, the future value of 110 is equal to 100 1 year ago. Because the present value of 1 year ago, which is 100, after you put into the bank, you get the future value as 110. So that's what it means by present value and future value. Now, why is this important for you to understand? Okay, so let's look at it. So it's called the time value of money. And you all have got a formula to talk about compound interest if you keep on compounding the amount. Now, this is a app that you can download. Download financial calculator app. You can use this app. Now, if you download this app, I think whether in Apple or maybe in the Android phone, Apple Android phone, you can see this app. Now, once you download it, it has got many options. So you can select the TVM calculator. Okay, I don't have a picture of this one. If you all can now download, now I want you all to download this app using your handphone. Can you all do that? If you are in Android, you go to Play Store, isn't it? So
Yes,
type
sir.
in the word financial calculator, and you will see this sign. I want you all to download this app and then open it. Have you all done? Are you done already? Or is it too fast for you all? Nora, have you doing it right now?
Still searching in the apps.
Your phone slow, Nora. You don't have 5G, You're still using 3G, Nora.
I don't know what G lah.
Okay. For those people on Apple phone, can you see the app? Can you download? It looks like this. The name is called Financial Calculator. No, this one is all the different app. Phone is a different app. CNET. There are a lot of financial calculator. Just use that one. Okay. What's the name of the app already? Okay. VC News. VC News. So let's look at it. This go on. Okay. So maybe you can install.
Where is your instruction? I can't see.
Wait lah. You all got the SIM. You can download the SIM and you can see the instruction. Let me download this app first. I can show you all. This type verification. Hang on. This is me. Okay. Install. Is it installed already? Choose a device. Samsung. I go into my phone. It doesn't go into the laptop, so cannot use. Okay, now mine. Yeah, mine now. Okay, now can you go to the top right hand corner of this app? Everybody got app ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I will on the contains app details. Install on no devices. Okay, you can see a lot of these things, but this one is on the PC. It actually cannot be downloaded on the PC. It's downloaded on the app, right? So so I cannot download. You have to use the app. Unfortunately, you are now actually using Teams. So I just want to show you the camera. Right now, you can see the camera. Oh, yeah, can you see? You will look like this, right? The app, and therefore you go to this here, the top right corner. Okay, the blue color one. So now you go to the app. Now, can you select the TVM? Select TVM calculator. Sorry, top left corner. Can you all select, please? Everybody download the app already? Who has not downloaded the app yet? Hello? Everybody quiet means they already download. They can see this one. Nora, can you see? Can you select the TVM calculator?
Why
Yes, sir.
minus? Oh, because the amount present value wrong.
Minus because now you invest. Okay? You invest, that's why you must minus 1,000. Okay? Can you key in the word minus?
Okay. Correct.
Okay, minus 1,000. That means now you invest 1,000. Now let's say you put your annual rate 10%. Just put 10. Right? Now you put a period. Put, let's say, 10 years. Now, under period, right? So I want you to put 10. So this one is based on year calculation. Now under compounding, now there is a reverse triangle. Initially show monthly. Can you select annually? Can you see the reverse triangle? Okay. Mode in decimal places, just put 2. Now you press the green color one, the 5 boxes. You press future value. Okay. So future value, and you come out 2593.74. Can you understand? Can you
Understand.
Everybody get 2593.74 first, please. Who have not get? Nora
No,
get
sir.
here.
Yeah lah, you don't look down on me lah, okay?
Eunice, okay? Get ready, Eunice. Eunice, are you there? Ezekiel, can you get 2593?
Yeah.
Hema, can you get? Hema. Izamiru, can you get?
Yeah.
Nura, Tika, can you get? Tarani, Uma, can you get?
No,
Yes,
sir.
Huh?
No.
That's the problem. Most of ODL. Can you see? You just press the
No.
green color. Key in the figures
Green
here.
color.
Key in the figures here. Who cannot get? Uma, you cannot get?
Yes, sir.
No, can you get now? 2593.74. You tekan the word FV.
Let's see. I get minus 1,086 ringgit 53
No,
cent.
okay. Because your present value right on top, can you put minus 1,000?
No.
Can you key in? Can you see the word present value? Can you key in minus 1,000?
Yeah. Minus.
Annual rate 10%, period 10, compounding annually. Then you press the word FV. Then can you see 2593.74 under the future value? Still cannot get?
No.
Are you using this calculator?
Yes. Yeah. I'm
Can you
using
go to the
TVM
top left-hand corner? Huh?
Can?
Now you can get 2593.74.
No, I get 1,086.53.
Cannot be. Can you put the present annual rate 10%, period 10?
Present value I key in minus 1,000, and annual rate I key in 10. Then periods I key in 10. Then I press the FB button, and then I get 1,086.53.
Did you key in correctly? Compounding.
Compounding.
Can you?
Annually.
Triangle. Under compounding, there's a reverse triangle.
Annually.
There. Yes, select annually. Can you see the reverse triangle?
Okay, sir. Now I get 2,593.74, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now stop. Let's look at it. Okay. So year 0, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10. Okay. These are all the years. Okay. Now your first year is a minus 1,000. That's where you put it. Second year, what is your interest? You get for first year plus 0.1 times so what is available for you to calculate? First year you got 1,000, and therefore what is your interest? maybe the other way around should be better. So this is your principal. What do you get? 1,000. And what is the interest on this amount? Plus whatever principal times by 0.1, right? And therefore, your ending here I can also put beginning balance. So instead of putting principal, I can put beginning. So what's this balance now? Okay, so now this second year opening balance is this amount, right? And this formula can be copied down. Let's make it two decimal places. Number separator. Now, why is it like that? We have originally you have available 1,000 which you want to put in the bank. So as far as the bank balance is concerned, you have 1,000 beginning and you got 10% interest, right? So it's 1,100. Now if you don't touch it, what happens if you don't touch it? So it becomes 110 and 10% on 1,110 is 110. So the next one will be opening balance 1,110 plus 120 because 1,210. And the 1,210 become opening third year. Then you got 10% on this amount. So at the end of 10 years, you got 2,537. You understand? That's how you get 2,537. And that is the easy to understand in the Excel. In the Excel, in this chart here. But it's easy to calculate using your app. Now, there are two things to learn from here. This is the scenario of scenario 1, which is equivalent to having compounding interest. Oh. So this is scenario 1. So scenario 1 is actually having compounding interest. That means whatever interest you take, you now take out, you reinvest. Whatever interest you reinvest. Whatever interest you reinvest, and your interest rate is fixed 10%. This one is compounding interest, whereby the interest is reinvested. So how much do you get the total interest? No, we just want to look at the total interest. No, it's 1,357 plus the original principal. That's why you get 2,537. Is that understood? So we call this the magic of compounding the interest. Now, what happens? You go to scenario 2 now. Let's go to scenario 2. Okay. Let's make some of this smaller. Right. You can see side by side, right? Yes. It's easy to see, right? Interest and dividend. Now let's say we have scenario number 2. So we can just copy this one here, and we make all these red color just to compare, right? And this one is like that. This one is like that, and all of them is on top, right? So now scenario 2, just to show you the difference. Call it no compounding interest. You use up all the money. What happens if you use up all the money? Oh, you have to see. This one is not so good. Okay. Interest. Let's say this is beginning balance. Right. A little bit bigger. Let me just change the view a bit smaller. Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to make it smaller so we can see. So you got interest. Your ending balance is 10.1, and then you take out the interest. For your own spending. Okay, maybe you take out the interest for your own spending. So what have you got? You got 100, so you take out the 100. You take out the 100. So your ending balance is different now. So we delete this column. You have got the interest 100. You take out interest here. So what is the ending balance? Of course, it will be plus this, and minus this. Okay, you come back to 100, and this formula here, beginning balance is come back from here, right? And your interest is here, and you take out the same interest every time you have whatever interest, you take it out, and whatever interest, you take it out. So now we have copied the formula. So this is the ending balance. So you copy this formula down for all the years. So every year you take out 100, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 8? Wow, 8. Crazy. There's something wrong. 8 is missing. Year 8. Insert. Year 8. Okay. Hang on. 2593. Yeah. This one is wrong. Year is missing. So 2413. So this one is wrong formula. 2453. Okay, 2593. 2537. So total is 1593 plus 1000, Type back to this 2593. Sorry, just now I made a mistake. I missed out the year 8. So year 8 also must do. So year 8. So therefore you get the interest of 1000. Now you'll notice at the end you get back 1000. Because you start with 1000, you get 1000 because every time you take out the interest. So how much interest have you earned? 1000. Compare this interest to 1593. So if you don't take out the interest and the interest is put back in to earn more interest, you will get this 1593. That is what is called compounding. This is compounding of interest. Okay. Now, the magic of compounding is that since you cannot draw the money, isn't it? And because you cannot draw the money, your interest down there keep on compounding. That's why at the end of 55 years old or whatever it is, you have a big amount of EPS saving. That is because of compounding. So the magic of compounding is not to touch it, is to keep on rolling it. You understand? Is that clear? Hello, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let's look at it carefully. What does that mean? We work the other way around. If you put money and you get compounding interest because you put in money, what happens if you borrow money from the bank? When you borrow money from the bank is also going to charge you a certain amount of interest. Right? So now we use a scenario, a different scenario now, and whereby you are now going to borrow money. Okay, now you go back into your financial calculator, the app. Can you see the word loan calculator? You have the top left hand side is the TVM calculator, correct? Beside it is the currency converter. The next one is the loan calculator, correct? Can you press on that? And let's say now the loan amount. So we now type for you. Can you see the loan converter? Say the loan amount right now is 1,000. Okay. And your interest rate, let's say for example, your interest rate is 10%. Right? And your loan term, say 1 year. So far, okay? So extra payment, your loan term, 1 year or 12 months, okay? 12 months or 1 year. Right? Extra payment 0. So if you key in this figure into the app, loan, you can put 1 year or can put 12 months. Right? And if you press the word calculate, what's the figure you get?
What kind of figure? Monthly payment, is it?
Oh, press the calculate. You got monthly payment. Yes.
87.92.
7.92 cents and 22.
Okay, very good. Now, how does it work? Okay. Month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, month 6, month 7, month 8, month 9, month 10, and month 11, and month 12. So here, based on this one, you're asking you to pay 87.92. Understand? So the total is how much you're paying. So how much are you paying? So if I give a grand total here, $1055.04. Can you understand that? You are borrowing for how long? You are borrowing for how long? You're borrowing
1
for 12
year.
months.
1 year.
Yeah.
Okay, 12 months, right? You borrow 1K. You are borrowing 1,000. Interest is 10%, right? But it's 12 months. They only ask you to pay 87. Therefore, if you add up to 87, it's come out to 1055. Therefore, that means what? That means this is your monthly you pay. Right? And this portion can be broken down into the interest amount. Now, what's the interest amount? In this case, it is this plus minus the loan amount. What is the loan amount? Right? Now, if you take this figure divided by this figure divided by 12, it's 4.88 interest every month. Because it's a hang on, this formula is wrong. Hang on, it is a plus sign, plus F38 and dollar is the amount, and you can copy. So if you add up 459, you will see the total 55.04. Can you understand? Can see or cannot see? Too small?
See, but the amount a little bit different from the calculator lah.
Why?
Yes, sir.
Look at the calculator and see.
54.99.
54.99.
54.99. Why?
Maybe your decimal places. Can you check your decimal places?
4.59. Now, if I just highlight it, you can see here the average count is 12. You can 55.04 here. You can see my cursor. And if you look at the app right now, you can see monthly 87.92, total payment 1055.04, interest 55.04. Correct? Where you got 40 something one? No lah.
I think your decimal places lah. Can you check your decimal
places?
places? Decimal places in Excel.
Sorry?
No, check your decimal places. On the total, grand total, you check your decimal places.
2.
Oh, same? Then why it's not right? It's not same with us.
What you get in which area?
54.99, but yours one is 55.04.
50, what you get? 54.99.
54.99.
Okay.
According to the
Given from 55.04, huh? Okay. Where you get the 54.99? Okay, you look at the screen now. Right? I cannot. Okay. Here, my head is shaking. Where can I get? You must use loan calculator.
What? Wrong calculator?
Loan calculator. Can you see the TVM?
Yes, sir.
Then beside it, currency converter. Beside it, you can see the loan calculator.
Yeah.
Are you pressing this loan calculator? Orange one.
Yeah. Reset. Loan is 1,000. Interest rate 10%. Mahalnya bank apa ni? Loan term 12 months.
1 year.
Calculate. Oh, because we put there 1 year. Whereas you said loan term is 12 months, there is a difference. If you put 12 months, then we manage to get the same figure like what you show us.
Okay. So I using what 12 months. If I use 12 months, loan repayment is different. If I say loan term is 1 year, yeah, okay. So we can just use as 1 year. 1 year. Calculate. Right. Then you get 55.04. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Correct. Yeah. Now, what does that mean?
What is the difference between 1 year and 12 months? It's the same.
No. 1 year and 12 months may not be the same. Okay. Okay. Because the system is computed whether it's based on 1 year or 12 months. There's a slight difference. Okay. Not much difference, but there's a slight difference. Okay. Now, if it's 1 year, it's divided equally, right? But if it's by month, someone is 31 days, someone is 28 days, someone is 30 days. January, February, March, all different days. You understand? Yeah, be different. But I don't know why, but because it should not be so much of a difference. Okay. So I don't know why you're having so big difference. But sometimes in some calculation, there's a difference. Okay. But if you key it as 1 year, you will get 55.04. If you key as 12 months, in this case, you calculate, it's also 55.04. I don't understand why you got a 54.99. Can you recalculate again whether it's 1 year or 12 months? Press the calculate key, you will still get 55.04. Can you do that now?
If we key in 12 months, we will get 55.04. If you key in loan term 1 year, you will get 54.99. I don't know how your apps calculate. Maybe they having a problem to differentiate between 1 year and 12 months.
Wait. Do you put any extra payment?
No, I put exactly as what you ask.
So if
No, I don't know. Maybe
0,
can you see? Can you see?
Not clear, not clear.
Now can see?
yes.
With 1 year is also 55.04. Where you get now? You sure you get 54.99?
Oh, because if we key in extra payment per month, now we
Why
can
you
loan
key?
term 12 months, then we put extra payment per month, we put 0. The apps calculate as 54.99.
Don't put the word 0. Take away the word 0. Blank.
I delete the word 0, then calculate again. The amount total interest is 55.04.
For 1 year.
For 1 year.
Okay lah. I think you put in the 0 amount. Don't put 0 amount. Okay. Now what does that mean? That means this is the principal. You have paid monthly pay. This is the interest you pay. So what have you paid? You have paid the principal. So what is the principal? It's basically for out of 87.92. Out of the 87.92, okay? Interest you pay 4.59 and principal, that means help to reduce the loan, is 83.33. If you do this, for 12 months, and now you add up using the auto sum. Can you see 1,000? That's what it means. Okay? Because your calculator says 55.04. If you go by every month, it's 4.59. And you're paying 87.92. 87.92, you're paying some portion is interest, some portion is principal. Understand that? Okay? So if you add up all the principal payment is 1K, you add up all the interest payment is 55.04. Therefore, if you look at the app, total payment is 1055.04. Is that clear? Nora, is that clear? Okay. Hello?
Why? Hello. What's wrong?
Is that clear? Can you hear? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now come to the interesting part, which I will advise you. Okay? Not written in the books. Okay? Which the bank do want you to know. Now you are asked to pay 57.92. Fine. Right? Let's say we don't pay 57.92. We pay like this. We pay a little bit more. Okay? Now what when you pay a little bit more? Sorry. First, I want to explain why is not 10%? Why is it not 100? Anybody know why is it not 100? Why is only 55.04? Basically, the interest is what? 10%, isn't it? 10% on 1,000 should be grand total 100. Why is it 55? Because you are paying the principal. And each time, the calculation is based on the whatever principal balance ending. You understand? Okay, why is it like that? Because you're paying the principal. And when you pay the principal every month, the principal balance becomes lesser and lesser. It is 10% on the lesser and lesser. Okay, now you are asked to pay like this, so assuming that this is the interest, right? But let's look at it in a different way. Let's look at it in the beginning way, from the bank point of view. In beginning, you have a loan of 1,000. Understand? And the interest is 10%. So what do you have? Plus is times 0.1 divided by 12. This should be the interest portion. Understand? And what have you paid? They ask you to pay how much? 87.92. And therefore, what is the ending balance as far as the bank is concerned after the first month? Plus this, plus the interest which you have to pay, minus what you already paid. Okay? This one also, I think, put all two decimal places. So what is the beginning for the second month? What's this amount? What is the interest? 10% on I-23 now will become I-24. So this one can copy. If you copy this one, right up to year 10, or 12 months, oh, that's why the last month is 0. That's why you've been paying 87.92. And you will calculate based on this. Monthly you pay, and what is the interest? And out of this amount that you pay, certain amount is paid for interest, certain amount is paid for principal. So for you, it's as if you have paid interest 55.04. But from the bank point of view, it's different. The one point of view use a computer to calculate every month. You have paid this amount. Every month you pay this amount. On the bank, beginning is like this. This is the interest. You pay this amount. This was still ending. So in the second month beginning, this is the carry forward from here. Then 10% on this, right? And therefore, you still pay this amount. This is the ending. So let's look at total interest then. Okay, I got rounding up lah because got 5 cents here, right? There's a 5 cents here. Okay, so actually it's 54.99, and the minus 5% is actually 55.04, right? And of course, how much have you paid? Oh, 1055.04. Okay. So far, can you understand?
How you get that on the interest 7.67 from
Okay,
9
this
to
opening balance, this ending balance has become the opening balance of the second month.
Okay.
10%.
You times 10%. Let me see your format. Oh.
920.41 times 10% divided by 12 because it's the interest for that month.
Okay, now let me take picture. Okay, done.
Everybody understand where you get a 7.67 from the bank side of view?
You were in a bank before, right? So you know the formula.
No, it's just money and banking. Bank don't tell you. That's the issue. Bank say you want to borrow money, okay, every month you pay like this, based on 10%. That's what bank tell you. You want to borrow 1K? Okay, good. Pay 87.92 on the interest of 10%. So therefore, at the end of the day, you pay 1055. Right? Because there's a compounding here. They don't tell you. You take a 20-year loan, 30-year loan, doesn't matter. They will tell you what is the monthly you need to pay. That's all. And they have a formula to calculate based on this. Right? You also got a formula in the app, how much you have to pay. Right? Understand?
Understand.
Now, we play a little bit. That's where you come to my class. Instead of asking the bank to pay 87.92, so this month we pay 87.92. What happened in the next month? So now we copy. This is what the bank will be happening. And now we become smart. We will take the bank. We will take advantage of the bank. How do you take advantage of the bank? Okay, that's where the money comes in. So we put this on blue color. We will now take advantage of the bank. First month you pay this 7.92, isn't it? Never mind. Next month you pay a little bit more, 88. Understand? Now when you pay 88, let's look at the interest right now. You are less by 1 cent. Right? And let's say the next month you also pay 88. You just pay extra 8 cents. The interest will keep on going down. You just pay more. Just a few cents more. Actually, for this one, 87.14, you need to pay only here less 5 cents is how much? Less 5 cents is 87. Okay, so you get 1054.99. Okay, so now you look at your interest right now. You just pay a little bit more. You have saved 5% interest. Therefore, this amount will not be this amount. The final month you will pay 87.03. So you have paid extra 8 cents. And here you are saving 84 cents. Okay? Because your interest now is much cheaper. Now, this is only 1,000. What if I take 300,000 loan? If you're taking 300,000 loan, the interest amount is very huge. You understand? And if it's over 30 years, it's very huge because the saving on the interest. Now, if you remember, just now the earlier part, we're talking about compounding, right? Whenever there is a compounding, the impact is huge, right? The interest is 1,000. What's the interest amount? So the interest amount here is 1,000 versus the interest amount here is 1,593. So you save $500 because of compounding 1 year, okay, on 1,000, right? And the same thing also will apply if you're taking a loan, but it's the reverse. The top one is when you save money and you got compounding. You understand? Yeah, save money, you got compounding. So over 10 years, you got maybe more than 1,593. Compounding interest is more than the original 1,000. 150 times more. It is 10 years. So just a simple example, instead of years, I'm just taking just your month. 12 months also you could save a little bit. And you don't take loan 1,000. You're taking loan maybe 90K or 80K. I think for cars they don't allow you. For housing loan they will allow you just to pay a little bit extra. And the important thing is when you pay a little bit extra, instead of paying 87.92, you just pay 88, or you pay 89. Okay, it's a very big difference. Okay, so let's say for example now you're paying 90. Instead of paying 87.92, let's say now you're paying 90. What happened now? You have 65, then 55. What's the last amount you need to pay? 65, 60, 60, 66.9, I think. Get it the same? 65, 66. What's the amount? 66.09. So by paying a little bit more, your saving amount on interest, 54.99 versus 54.01. Now, can you do that? Now, in the first place, why you save? Why you save for interest? Because you pay a little bit more. The opening balance, now the original one is 920 at the end of 1 year, at the end of 1 month. So beginning of second month is 920, second month 20. But since you pay a little bit more, your here ending is 840 and here is 838. So this 838 versus 840, and then if both is 10%, so that here 7, here 698. So if you add up all the interest, because every time you pay more, every time you pay more, the interest become 10% on the lower in beginning balance. That's why you save a bit more on interest. Now, if it's 30 years, you save a lot just by adding one, two extra dollars. And certain months you don't have money, you don't pay lah. That's it, because you have saved some interest. Let's say, for example, here, right? This month you got no money. What do you want to do now? The opening balance is 501, right? So you got no money, so you pay 0. Now the next interest will be different already. 506 versus 487, but now the interest is 422, is 387. But anyway, no choice, you got no money for 1 month, right? You skip. But sometimes you have skipped, you have paid so much extra that it doesn't have an impact. The key point you must understand is that when you bank in, you don't touch it. There's a compounding interest that you can receive. When you borrow, you pay a little bit more. You save interest. Can the bank stop you? The contract says that it must pay 87.92. But when you bank in money, you go to the ATM machine, you bank it. You issue a check to go to their account. What did I teach you? Wang ini disahkan dengan perlakukan how much? 90. The bank must accept the money. The bank cannot say they don't accept 90. They only accept 87.92. Will the bank give back to you $2.08? They cannot. Because the money you give, the currency you bank into the ATM, or the checking account you bank into the account, those are money. Money by law is the zakat. That money is sought for 90, for value of 90. So the bank must accept. So the bank don't want you to do like this. Why the bank don't want you to do like this? Because the bank will lose on the interest. And what is bank interest is their income. Can you understand? The bank don't want to lose their profit. They want you to have this kind of profit. But you smart a little bit, give them a lesser profit. So what is now you must do? You must try to borrow money when you buy a house. Borrow as much as possible, as long as possible, and pay a little bit more than what they ask you to pay. And all this saving or interest for your housing loan is enough to pay for your tuition for your diploma. The next time you buy your house. Understand? Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
So what is the key? Saving money, don't touch the interest, will be compounded. It's like EPF. Huge amount will come in. Understand? Why EPF is so huge? Because it's compounding of interest. EPF, I think, is about 7%. Right? EPF is 7%. So anyway, when you do compounding and your balance every month is 1,000, every month you contribute one. This is not touching, you know. Just the first 1,000 that never touch. But every month you keep on adding into your EPF, so the amount is getting huge and huge and huge and huge. That's why EPF amount is so huge. Okay. The second thing is, when you borrow money from the bank, just pay whatever is extra. I think it doesn't work for hire purchase for cars, because hire purchase for car, I think you have to read the contract carefully. You may not allow to pay earlier. Okay, but housing loan is it can. I've been doing it. Okay, I have been doing it for OCBC Bank. Okay, I have been doing it last time when I buy for Maybank. I just pay a little bit extra and I save on the interest. What is the extra $1-2? Even $1-2 is very, very effective. Okay, it shortens. Last time my housing loan is shorter by around 4 years. I pay maybe about $50 extra. Okay, because it's a 30 years loan. You can calculate yourself. Okay. That's one thing. Now, the key point is, why do I ask you to download this app? Because it's easy to calculate. So let's go back again. Let's say, for example, now you're working in a bank. Understand? And somebody say, I want to deposit the money. And they want to ask you 8.8%, how much I can get in 5 years' time. So you can use up this app. Or you now, you want to save money for your children. So your children 20 years from now, college education is 50,000. Right? So you want to have 50,000 in 5 years' time. What must you invest now? At what interest rate to get the 50,000? So this is why you use this app to calculate what future value you want. Okay? You can use this app to calculate your loan calculator. You can also, inside here, there's so many in this app here, currency converter. Tip calculator is, forget it, you don't have it because it's not only in US. ROI calculator, IRR, NPV calculator for financial management. Those people who study financial management, they will use this app. Okay. So you can see some more. What is future value? How much future value? Answer will be 1,000. What does that mean? Now you go into the TVM calculator again. You key in future value first, plus sign. Press put 10, period 10, compounding annually. You press the present value, the answer is 1,000. That means if you want 2,594, and it's the interest rate is 10%, period is 10%, and you compounding, you need to put in the money now. So if you now you want to put future value, okay, so let's go to the TVM calculator, and you can press reset, so everything is 0. Now future value, let's say 20 years from now, you need to have maybe 100,000 for your children education to go to get a diploma or degree. Now, annual rate, let's say you put in the bank right now, we get maybe about around 3%, right? And period, let's say now you got 20 years for you to save. Okay, compounding annually, right? Now you press the present value, you need to actually put in 55K right now to get 3% for 20 years to get 100K. It's a big amount. So you better start to save right now. Or you will now change your annual rate. Instead of putting in the bank 3%, maybe you buy shares and the share always give you 10%. So you give 10%. Now, can you see the present value is 14K? Now, first, let's go again. Go into the app again. Okay? Go to the app again. Now, for example, you want the future value. You want 100,000 for your son to study. Okay? And the annual rate, let's say you have 3% if you go now and put a fixed deposit, right? And you're putting for the year, the period. You put 20 years for your son, and if you press the PV, press PV, how much you get? Minus 55,367. Do you get this one in your screen right now? I mean, in your computer screen right now. Uma, can you get that
Yes,
value
sir.
calculator? Huh?
Yeah. Yes.
You can get, isn't it?
I get negative 55,367.58.
Okay lah, never mind lah. The cent, forget it lah. Okay. Now, if you change
Okay,
this one,
sir.
now, I will tell you, you change this one. Now we change this one because if you go into the bank right now, you get a fixed deposit 3%. Now, if you change it to 7%, you negotiate. Now you press, what do you get? Into 7%, you calculate, you only need 25K. Right? You get this one? And let's say, for example, maybe you can buy shares that give dividend 10%. And if you get 10%, press the calculate key. Notice is now so much lesser. Do you get all these figures? When this thing is changed. Understand? When everything is, when the rate change, the amount you need to invest right now is so much easier. If you got 14K, you bank in, you try to buy a shares, they give you 10% dividend every year for the next 20 years, you only need to pay 14K right now. But if you just go to a bank and get the fixed deposit as 3%, you must go and currently give 55K, which is a big amount. If you can negotiate with the bank to give you a 7% FD, you must give 25K. Understand? So now we change. We copy this one again. This is the basis, right? So if the basis here is 3, 3, 3, and if the period is different, 25 years, or this is 30 years, what do you get? For this one, you get the same. If the annual rate is 3%, you press, you get 55 present value. But if it's 25 years, change the 20 to 5, you press again, it's minus 44 47760. Okay. Now, if it's 30 years, minus 41,198. So, the longer the period, you have to pay lesser now because it's compounding the extra 5 years or compounding an extra 5 years of the interest. And here, when the interest rate is different, you give you a smaller amount because it's being compounding again at a different higher rate. So whenever you have rate and period variable, so this is not variable, you can have rate and period variable. The higher the rate, the cheaper for you to save, because well, it's higher rate, it's interest rate, so you can get more compounding income, right? The longer the period, of course, it's better for you because it's compounding over longer period. So that's what it means. How do you adjust? So this example, for example, you need 100K, 20 years for your children education or whatever it is. Okay. So far, understand?
Understand.
Now, what else must you realize? We can talk about time value. What else must you realize? The bank is want to get profit from their interest. You can reduce the interest by paying a little bit more. Is it? The other side. Yeah. When you pay a little bit more, you can save for interest. Then you realize. There's one more thing that you have to realize. When you're working as an employee or you are a business income, when you started work, what did your father, mother tell you? Go and buy a house. They always tell you what? All parents ask their children to buy a house. Why? So that you have a house. People don't chase you away. If you are renting a house, right, people can ask you to move. And the house belongs to you after 30 years. And therefore, the house you can give to your son, give to their grandson. What's the problem with this thinking? When the economy is down, you cannot eat a house. When the economy is down, you don't have a job, you still have to pay the house rental. The loan monthly. And what happens if you don't pay the loan monthly? The bank will take back your house and go and lay long it and give you the balance. And the bank will always lay long at a very low price because they just want to get back the principal. Whatever interest they have earned in the previous month, previous years, they already earned already. They try to let go of the property. Bank do not want to hold your house. Why? Because there's so many of you borrowing money from them. So many of you don't pay the loan. You think the bank is in charge in the business of renting a house? No, ma. So the bank will lay down your house, get the money, and pay back whatever balance to you out of the loan. That's all. So what do you know? You never buy the house. You rent a house. Why you do that? Why you do that? Now, if you don't borrow from the bank never earn the interest. That's their problem. But you don't have a house. So what do? You rent a house. When you go and borrow a bank, the bank asks you to pay 3,000 per month. You must be crazy. You better go and take 1,500 and go and rent a condo. It can be fully furnished, 2 rooms or 3 rooms, 2,000. The extra 1,000 you save, and you take the money, you open your own business. You don't have to do a small business. You save every month 1,000, 1,000. You open a barber shop. You think you're cutting? You get Indian people to come be a barber. You can open a sewing shop, a repair shop, shoe shop. You think you're doing? No, you're still earning as an employee. You're still running your own business. You just have extra money to do other business that is called money looking for money. You have a place to stay? No problem. You rent. The landlord asks you to move house, you move house. The key point is you must save all your money in other businesses So you got many business. If your current job, the current business bankrupt, you have the other business to feed you. So after 20 years, you may have enough accumulated cash because of business to buy your house in 20 years time for cash. You never pay loan to, you never take loan from bank. You think bank do you a favor by giving you a loan? No. The bank actually asks you for interest. Now you go back to the TVM calculator, under loan calculator. Okay, hang on. Okay, under loan calculator, okay, loan amount, you earn 10,000. Okay, let's say, what is the loan amount? Let's say, for example, you want to borrow, okay, a condo, maybe 1 million in KL, okay? Okay, so the loan amount, maybe you have to pay 700,000, right? The interest rate, the bank is now charging you maybe, for example, 8%. And the loan term, let's say you got 30 years. What is your payment per month? 5K. What I mean is like this. Now you go to the TV, you go to the loan calculator again. So let's say the loan is 700,000. Okay. And the interest rate. Okay, let's look at the interest rate in Maybank. Let's look at this. Housing loan, Maybank, interest rate, Malaysia. Okay, today, what's the percentage? Flexible repayment up to what is loan interest housing rate? Let's look. Okay, base standard rate 6.25, and they add on. So indicated effect rate of standard 4.15. Base standard rate is 6.65. Therefore, what is the housing loan interest rate? Current housing loan effective is 3.5. Indicator for housing loan 350 is 4.7. Okay, 4.7. So let's make it more realistic. 4.75. Okay, and so you want to pay for 30 years. So let's key in your figure. Interest rate is 4.75. Use the calculator to calculate. You have to pay monthly 3651. So monthly pay. Can you get these figures? So let's say you borrow 100,000, maybe 100,000 is your own deposit money, right? You must have a monthly, you have to pay the loan 3651. That means, you know what's your monthly salary? You need to have a monthly salary approximately around 30%. You need to have a monthly salary of 11K to qualify for a loan of 3651 monthly payment. Why? Because out of this 11K, you have to pay your EPF, your income tax, your eating, your car loan, other entertainment expenses. So roughly the bank say, okay, out of this monthly income, 11K, we allow you to use 8K. So it is a monthly salary, so your other expenses, EPF plus whatever it is, that's how much? Okay, plus this, minus this. So you need to have around, every month you need to spend 7K, which is very easy, because 1K is EPF, maybe around 1K is tax, so you're left behind 5K, right? So EPF is 1K, for example, tax is 1K, so it's 5K. Left behind your car loan, maybe it's ASEA want to say maybe 500, 600, so 2005. So left behind about 4 or 5K, that's for you. You are eating, okay, your transportation, your children education, everything. That's why they're roughly 1K of your monthly salary. That means you have to be a bank manager, earn 1K, 11K, or you as a normal other manager and your wife is working. Then only you can qualify to pay the loan. This amount. This interest, you pay 3654. So what do you totally pay? Look carefully. You have totally paid every month times 12 times plus this figure here. What have you actually paid? Plus this times 12 months times 30 years. That's a lot of money. Okay, of which, what is the interest? Basically, this amount, 1.3 million, minus, you have paid interest 600K for a loan of 700K to buy a house that is maybe 700K, very cheap already anyway, 700K for a condo, right? And you have to pay every month for 30 years. You go outside and do a rental, right? Fully one a condo, there's a work about 700K, maybe you'll get about around 1.18 or maximum 2K. It's quite nice already, right? And the balance of 1.6, you better go and save and invest. And 20 years from now, so let's say now you're saving 1651, right? So let's say 1651, based on compounding, so every month you're doing this, calculate monthly, you pay, where is this one maybe? Anyway, you can make your own compounding sheet, right? Present value, compounding sheet. You don't go where, right? You can calculate present value on your future value of your compounding. So you go back to compounding right now, time value of money. So you do, you know what's the future value, present value, or you cannot use this one. Huh? You cannot use this calculator because it's a monthly one. You have to use another calculator. Right. You have to use the IRR NPV calculator, the purple color there one. If you go and select into the purple color, you see cash flow minus or plus every year. You can also add in the row and you do it for 20 years or something, 20 rows. And 1,006 times 12, maybe you can get about around 20K saving. Okay. Your 20K saving, every year you put in over the next 20 years and compounding, let's say 3 or 4%, you have come back to account to 1 million, you can pay cash. Maybe the inflation go up, but do not know, right? But that is the magic. You don't have to pay interest. You still have a house to stay, okay? And you still have a business to carry on. So if you learn anything from today's class, is how to use money, okay? Annuity, how to use money, future value. This is a formula. Annuity, future value. What was 500 deposit in the bank every year for 5 years? This is a financial wizard. If you got this one, if you cannot download this one, you can use calculator.net. Okay, you can use calculator. You can use calculator.net. So you can look at this chapter calculator. You understand? And you will learn some good things. Okay. Compounding is important because for you to do the saving, and paying extra is also very good if you are doing what? If you are doing bank. Okay. Now I just want to ask one question first. Just today. That's all discussion. So you better look at this one for your own for your own financial thinking. Okay, I just want to ask, what is meant by future value? So let's see, who do we have here? Okay, who's the first name here again? Oh, yes, yesterday was the first name, isn't it? Alicia, Alicia, you're there? Alicia, Shirley?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, can you answer this question? After so long discussion, what is future value? What is meant by future value?
An asset as a specific
Huh?
an
Go to
asset.
ChatGPT lah. No, go to ChatGPT. What is future value? When sir asks you to discuss, you don't know the answer, use ChatGPT to answer the lecturer. But don't tell the lecturer using ChatGPT lah. For me, okay. But for other lecturer, I'm not sure lah. Wait, cannot lock in ah. Jam already. Why cannot lock in? Oh, very slow. Still reading. Oh, today very slow, darling. Okay, new check. In one paragraph, GRAPH. What is future value? Oh, very simple. Future value refers to the estimated worth of an investment or sum of money at a specific future date, taking into account the impact of compounding interest or investment return. Okay, so it's a financial concept that help individual and business project the growth of an initial amount of money over time, assuming a certain rate of return. Okay, so that's what it means. Uh, you okay, Elisa? You understand?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, I think that's all for chapter 4. If you want to know more, print out this as a sim and read through it. That's all. Very simple, not so difficult. Okay, the meaning of interest rates. Okay, what is mean by interest rate? And this is chapter 4, and I want you to look at this one carefully. Mm. Normally, interest rate, there's a few. A simple loan, okay, 10%. That's it. Okay, there's one type of interest rate which is, like, for example, you'll give you a loan, right? There are a few types here, I think. Measuring interest rate. Hang on. A few types of loans. This one is present value, just to show you again. Nothing much. 4 types of interest loan. One is a simple loan, right? So you must repay the interest at the end of the loan. You must pay the principal and end of the loan. That is called a simple loan. What is a fixed payment loan? It's like just now you borrow from the house. Every month there is a fixed amount. And that amount you pay is payment for interest and also payment for principal. A coupon bond is different. So a coupon bond, it pays the owner of a bond a fixed interest payment, a fixed amount, okay, until the maturity. So maybe I do like this to differentiate for you easier. So you have the first one, a simple loan. The second one is What's the word for it? Fixed payment loan. Second one is a fixed payment loan. The other one is called the coupon bond loan. And the last one, let me get the word correctly first. This chapter, no, one chapter. Discount bond. There's only 4 main types of loans. Okay. Now, let's say you borrow. You borrow 100. I will explain later why it's 90. A simple loan, let's say you go by quarter, okay? At the end of first quarter, end of second quarter, end of third quarter, end of fourth quarter. A simple loan, when do you pay back? 10%. Understand? That's what it means. You pay back the interest and the principal at one time. Now, this is different. Okay. This one, so total how much you pay? Pay back. Now, fixed term loan got a certain amount here. Okay, so maybe it's 28. Sorry, 26. Let's assume first, huh? Now, why do you actually pay back 104 when it's the 10%? Because you pay back some principal early. Lesser risk to the lender. Now, coupon bond is different. You say 10%, okay, maybe it will pay you 10. Total 114. The discount bond is different. You pay 90 first. You get the 10 at the end. At the end, you get 110. So different type of loans has got different method. This one, where's the risk? Is with the higher risk at the lender. Because borrower only pay back after later. Right? Longer time. There's an extra risk. What happens if the borrower die already in first, second, or third quarter? That's why the interest will be higher. Now, if it's a fixed payment, because there is a fixed payment during the time of 1 year, so after they pay 26 already, now the lender give 100, collect 26. Now his risk becomes 74, minus another 26. Now his risk 74 minus 26 now become lesser interest, lesser risk, and then this is a higher risk. So that's why, because the risk become lesser over time, they charge lesser interest, right? A coupon bond is just a fixed amount when to pay, and the discount bond is better for the lender. You see here 100, you get 110. Here you get 90, you get 100. So the risk is different. If you're a lender, your first money come out is lesser than 10. Of course, when you come back, you'll get 10 and you'll also get 10. But this discount bond is much favorable to the lender because the initial sum give out is much lesser. So these are the 4 types of loans. Okay. Now, what is yield to maturity? That's the formula for yield to maturity. That is what you must learn. And this is the most accurate calculation of the interest rate, yield to maturity. So you can follow this reading here. So the yield to maturity for a loan is this kind of formula. And the yield to maturity for fixed payment loan is this type. And the yield to maturity for coupon bond is this type, this kind of formula. And the yield to maturity for what do you call that one? Discount bond is just like the top one. Okay. So there's a lot of formulas to go through. Year to date discount bond, yield to maturity. Okay. So how is the yield to maturity calculated? Is above the formula. Now, do you have an app for yield to maturity? Basically, there is, but I think under under this let me just check my yield to maturity. There's my app. Yield to maturity. In this current app, don't have. You may have to use the app called Finance Calculator. Okay. But anyway, you can use the formula. At the worst case, you can use the formula. Okay. There should be an app. Finance Wizard. Yes. Okay. I don't know whether you can download this app or not. Okay, the app name is, you can go to yield to maturity. This I have many calculation, present value, future value, everything. Okay. Present value also not. Hang on. Will you check this? Yield to maturity. No, some app have to ask you to pay money one. Yep, Omni calculator. So you can use this Omni calculator. You don't have to actually download the app. Then you have many bond price, annual bond coupon rate, frequency, face value. You just key in whatever you want to do, right? And they will come up a calculation for you. Okay, you can also read this one, yield to maturity. I think to summarize this chapter, meaning of interest rates. Well, there are different type of loans, so different type of measurement. The best measurement of the interest rate is not as what's written in the contract. Is to calculate yourself the yield to maturity. Okay. Now, for this one, the last one is an interesting one. Okay. That is called the yield curve. Okay. Don't know whether you are right or not. Okay. So, when you go to the bank and borrow money, how does the bank charge you? Now, we call this the normal yield curve. This is the nominal interest rate. This is the rate that's created in the contract. Like for example, Maybank say you pay 4.75 this year. But actually, what is it composed of? It's actually composed of what is the real rate. What do you mean by real rate? How much is the cost to Maybank for that money? That is the Maybank real rate. Okay. Now, what is the inflation? And what is the risk? So if you are a good lender, of course, this amount will be lesser. But if you're not so good lender, the amount will be high. Okay, so you have what is the real rate, the cost to Maybank, the fund, the cost of the fund, maybe plus a certain amount of profit that the Maybank have for everybody. And then depending on inflation, why inflation they add a certain percentage? Because your time to maturity can be 30 years. What is the outlook for inflation? Because they have to add in the inflation because they do not want you just to pay them the amount and that amount never adjusted for inflation. In other words, the bank is losing money, right? So they adjust the amount for inflation. So the longer the time you borrow, the higher the inflation premium that is required, not based on the time. And then depending on what type of borrower are you. Your class A borrowers, so the chart will be moving like this portion here. Or if you are a lousy borrower, then they will give you more interest rate, and also depending on time. So finally, this is the amount. Now, can you break down this one? Of course, the bank can break down, but the bank is never going to tell you. So you know in the background, what is this amount? So what do you know? Looking at this chart, if you expect inflation to be up, right, in the future, then better you go and borrow the bank right now and fix the interest rate. Because in the future, inflation goes up, the interest rate will go up because of the inflation portion. And you try to reduce your risk. So if you are a business borrower, you only go and borrow money when your balance sheet is very strong. When you're making profit, you go and borrow money, you will be a lesser cheaper because your risk associated. Okay? So when should you borrow? When you're having some good profit or good income to show that you're a good payer to reduce the risk, and you should always borrow when there is now if you think inflation will be high, you don't borrow in the future, right? Because it's better to borrow now. Now that is what it means by the interest rate amount. Now the other one is the inverted. So again, this is the real interest rate, but now because of recession, is that not inflation become deflation. So the rate actually goes up. The risk is still the same, depending whether which portion of the risk. So this portion is real interest. This portion is the inflation, and this portion is the interest. Right? The risk, so it goes down. So if you see an inverted curve, now if you see there's a recession, when should you borrow? You should borrow later. The longer the time, later you borrow, the inflation premium will go down because it's deflation, it will be cheaper for you to borrow. So whenever you have a recession, you borrow later. Whenever you have a economic growth, you better borrow now because of recession. That's all, very simple. No big deal. This part you understand? Inverted curve and Philip curve. Okay. Now I'd like to do chapter 6. That is the behavior. This one, the one is the interest rate. So now I just want to talk about behavior. There's nothing much. Behavior of interest rate. So interest rate actually have got two meanings. If you are the lender, the interest rate is the money you get back by lending the money. If you are the borrower, the interest rate is something you have to pay because you borrow the money. That's all. Okay, so interest rate means two different things to two different type of people, whether they are saver or they are borrower. So, how would it be affected? How is it? So let's look at it if you are a saver. Now, how much will you save? It depends on this. If you are a saver, you're the one who lend out money. You're the one who give the money to the bank. To the bank and lend out loan. So you're a saver. Well, if you are rich, if you are wealth, you have a lot of rich, you will have increased savings. Right? If you have no money, you cannot save. That's all. In the story. So what influence saving amount is whether the people got money or not. What? The second thing. Expected return. If you expect the return of interest rate to be good, you will have to save more. So at the same time, if you expect the interest rate to go down, as a saver, you'll save less. Right? Risk. You can save based on bonds, you can save based on shares, you can save by putting in a fixed deposit. So depending on the type of risk that you have. So if you are risk, you are young and you want to take risk, maybe you like to go to share market. If you are an old man and you don't have any more monthly income, maybe you want to put as a saving account. So depending on what type of risk taker are you, is depending on what type of savings you want to do. And the last one is liquidity. Why this is important? When you buy an asset, security, okay, can it be converted to cash fast? Because if a security cannot be converted to cash fast, you cannot use the money fast. So let's say, for example, you have asset, you have shares. You have shares in the company or you have a piece of land. Which is more liquid? Shares in the company, because you can sell the shares in the stock market. But if you got a land, and you have to go and find a buyer for that land that's located in that particular street, particular town, and you must find a buyer who wants to pay the price. Or later you negotiate the price. So it's difficult to sell piece of land. And then even though you find a buyer already, the buyer must go and contact the bank to get the loan, then get the agreement signed. You want to sell your land, minimum maybe 2-3 months. Right? But if you got share, if you've got a company share, you just go to share market and then within 2 days the bank will be clear the money to your account. So that's called liquidity. Now some people prefer better liquidity, but then your return will be lower. And some people will prefer, they don't care much about liquidity, they got excess money, so they buy land. So land prices will be increasing over time much more. The gain in land is much more than the gain in shares. Basically. Okay? So that is what affects the interest rate of the saver. The saving people are having this kind of thing, wealth, liquidity, and all this will be influenced by interest rates. If the interest rate is high, I got wealth, I invest. If the interest rate is low, even though I got wealth, no talking. Same. If the return on this class of assets is very high, the interest rate is very high, I go in. If the return is no good, I don't go in. If this interest rate normally very high is due to very risky asset, higher the rate. If you don't like that risk, then you go and find another class of asset, lower risk, lower interest rate. That's all. Liquidity is the same. Some class of assets is more liquid than the other. So it's up to you. Okay? This is for the saver. Now, if you look at the borrower, this is what is affecting the saver. Okay. Now I want to look at asset demand, asset supply. Okay. Now, if you look at the give an example of a supply and demand, right? So this is a point of view equilibrium. As far as economics theory is concerned, right? So the price of bonds go up, go down, right? And this is the quantity of bonds, supply and demand. Now, when the price of bond is very high, let's say it's here, right? If it is very high, or when the bond price go down, what happens? Okay. Now, if the bond price is very high, let's say here we have 950. Now, when the bond price is very high, there will be a lot of supply, right? So when the bond price is low, only 750. When the bond price is 900, of course, there will be many supply. So this line is the supply line. The higher the price of the bond, of course, the supplier of bond will sell. Now, the other way is the demand line. When the price of bond is high, there will be lesser demand. When the price of bond is low, there will be higher demand. So here is the equilibrium at a certain point in time. What's the problem? The problem here is at this particular point in time, there is one buyer and one seller of bond, and this is the equilibrium. After 1 minute, We have a different buyers, many suppliers, many suppliers, all got their own various lines, and many demanders, buyers, all various lines, and therefore there are many point of equilibrium at every second. Okay, so in theory there's one point, but in actual this point keep on moving. So, but anyway, the important point is to know the point of equilibrium is always when the seller and buyer agree on a price and the transaction is taken over. Okay, like any market, there's a supply and there's a demand. Depending on supply and demand, and that is the price. That's all. Okay, it's very simple to understand. Okay. A portfolio choice. What do you mean by portfolio? You may have a certain amount of money. You want to spread the risk. Certain portion is in shares, certain portion is in bonds, certain portion is in liquid assets, certain portion is a fixed asset, and that's all. So when you see the wealth goes up, change in quantity goes up. When the return goes up, goes up. When the risk goes up, demand will be reduced, and when the liquidity goes up, then change in quantity demand. So everything is moving in one direction except for moving in risk. Okay. So if you ask you, what is the determinants of asset demanded? This is the determinants. This one, well, these are determinants, and it moved in this direction. So if this move arrow go the other way around, so this also go the other way around. So you can explain that. Okay. This one touch again. Other than that, the equilibrium interest rate, same thing. All these are equilibrium. So now we look factors that shift the demand curve for bonds. So this is the demand curve. This is the original. It shift to here. Now, where it goes up, demand curve go up. So this is just the pictorial of just now. Interest rate, inflation, wickedness, liquidity. I think they adding one more now. Interest rate and inflation. So you can see. And this one, interest rate goes up, then change in quantity demand may be moving. Okay, so you can see from here left, right, just is the same as the right. This is the demand side, shift in demand for bonds. Okay, shift in supply for bonds is the same thing. So this is the supply line, from this line go to this line because of profitability of investment, inflation, government deficit. So the supply is different, huh? Because the demand don't have a government deficit, because we're talking about bonds. We're talking about bonds, there is a government deficit. If you're talking about other security, maybe this one don't have government deficit. Okay, and these two will remain for the supply of shares. Okay, same thing. What is the determinant of asset demand and asset supply? Other than that, it's nothing much. So there's a lot of things to read, and then if you read, I think maybe you can get a better understanding. But maybe you're very busy, so you just listen to what I say. That's what should be. What is the negative interest rate? Certain countries are so rich, the citizens are so rich, they got so much money. Good example: Japan, Sweden, Switzerland. Now these people are so rich, but they cannot put their money under their bed, so they go to the bank. Now, because this country is so rich, very few people borrow money from the bank because they're so rich. So when you give money to the bank is not going to give you saving interest. They give you negative saving interest. In other words, if you give you $100 to a Japan bank, at the end of 1 year, they deduct $2. Your balance becomes 98. That is the cost for you to put the money in the bank when the bank does not want your money. Why the bank doesn't want your money? Because the bank cannot lend it out. Why the bank cannot lend it out? Because so many rich people in Japan, they go to the bank and borrow money. But you are the saver, you have no choice. You must put the money in the bank. And the bank knows that. So what the bank do? Charge you as the interest, not pay you interest. Bank charge you as the interest because the bank cannot lend out money. So the bank cannot make money from lending, so the bank make money from you putting in the deposit. That's what it means like negative interest rate. There are a few countries like that. I think Sweden, Denmark, Japan, Switzerland. Those are some countries. Not India, US, England, Malaysia, no, China, no. Only a very few set of countries are like that. It's called negative interest rate. Okay, I think I have finished 4, 5, 6. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay, I think we take about 10 minutes break. So now it's 4 o'clock already. We will continue with this one. Pre-face to face. I will just introduce chapter 7 to 10, right? From 4 to 6. We take a 10 minutes break. Okay? Hello? Okay?
Okay.
Okay, 10 minutes break. So we come back in 4:15. Now it's 4:05. We come back 4:15. Okay? Yeah, okay, hello. Can you all hear me? Say something. Hello, can you all hear me? Say something. How many people here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we shall now continue. I don't know why so little students. Half the classes not around. Cannot do anything. Okay. So we will continue. So today Sunday 28, 4 to 6, we will do something like asynchronous chapter. Is where I will explain chapter 7 and 10. So let's look at chapter 7 and 10. The rest are finished already. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. Now, basically, please go through chapter 7. Right. He's talking about from the viewpoint of the bank. Okay. So when you're talking about the viewpoint of the bank, so like normal accounting, if you study accounting, you got the balance sheet and the bank, so balance sheet of property. So as far as the bank is concerned, when you put in money to the bank, it's a liability to the bank. Why? They have to pay it back. Because we have put money in the account, we can draw the money from the ATM machine or you can just close the account. Right? And when you put money to the bank, it becomes their cash. Right? Now we know they can use the cash to lend out. So how much money they will lend out depending on the law, okay, and their management style. So let's say, for example, in the USA, the statutory reserve is 10%. So you put in 100, what happens? The bank can lend out 90. Because 10% must be kept in case you close your account and you draw by way of ATM or something like that. Now, sometimes they feel even 10% is no good. Maybe they feel more confident if they put another 2%. That's called excess reserve. So 10% is by law, 2% is excess reserve, which is the individual banks set for themselves. That means 88% they will lend out. Okay, that's what it means. So when they lend out money, people must pay them back. You see, therefore they will treat their lending as loans as asset. Okay, so there's a difference between asset and liabilities. When you put money at the bank treat it as liability because they must pay you back. When they give a loan, the bank will treat the loan as an asset because you, the borrower, must pay back the bank. Simple as that. Okay, so that's how you look at it. So now the other key point is if you look at the balance sheet of a bank, how much bank capital? How many percent? Now, if you have too little banking capital, that means you will have very little cash. When people draw out all this deposit, you cannot get back the money from the loan because loan you're giving long term, and this one is depositing short term. So you have taken some of this money and then converted it to loans, right? And then there's a run on the bank. If you don't have enough capital, means you don't have enough cash. Therefore, it's easy for the bank to be bankrupt. So there are certain requirements whereby the bank must keep a certain portion of bank capital. Maybe I think big banks in Malaysia, you need about 2 billion capital. Okay, but minimum capital is 2 billion. That's about it. And now basic banking. So this is an example of the risk. So this you can see how the bank do their normally. This is checkable deposit. They split into 10% required and then loans out and assess. Okay, that's what it means. Okay, now what does the bank normally do every day? Okay, they have to monitor every day how much is the reserve. It should be at least 10% of this year. And if the reserve is not enough because maybe people go to the machine and draw some money, right? And then therefore the percentage is less than 10, they have to go and borrow from central bank or they have to go and borrow from other banks. That's about it. Okay. So ready for this. Now, if they don't have money, there are a few options. The bank can borrow. Option one is to lend from other companies. By borrowing from corporation, we can borrow from other banks or corporation. That's one option. Second option is maybe sell some of his assets, security. Third option is to borrow from central bank, from the Fed. Fourth option is to increase the reserve. Okay, they have to increase reserve. Maybe sometimes they have to increase the share capital. Now, the other thing that the bank do every day is managing the asset. Now, what kind of asset they have? They have bank may have given security, may have buy security, may have buy other asset like car or building. They may have other asset make up loans, so they have to manage it. Because if you buy, let's say for example, a building, you save for rental, but there's no income, right? But if you buy shares, so the bank get dividend, right? And if they give loans, they can get the interest payment from the borrowers. So they need to balance their books. How many percent is shares? How many percent is bond? How many percent is fixed asset? Now, what is the percentage? It depends on each type of banks. Now, if you are an investment banker, whereby the people do not have ATM card, they don't draw money so often, right? You can put all these big amount of deposit into maybe loans. Right? But if you are a commercial bank where you have a lot of depositor and they always take out the money, so therefore you cannot give up so much loans. And when you give out your loans, you try to balance, try to get the highest possible returns when you give loans. That's why some banks will lend to subprime, which is very dangerous, right? Now the other one is they try to reduce risk by having a different portfolio, not one type of asset they invest 100%. They have different type of asset, different percentage for investment. And the make education for liquidity. Every day the bank must look at the reserve ratio. Cannot be more than, cannot be less than 2% in Malaysia, cannot be less than 10% in the US. So that's one way of doing bank management. Now there may be also other things that a bank does. Okay, liability management. What is liability management? Liability management means okay, they have to when they give out loans, they need to manage it. So first, before they give out the loan, they check you. You have a steady income. Okay, how many percent of your income you can give for monthly repayment? So all this will be managed. And then if you are not a good borrower, do you have any asset that you can, any building, any land you can hook onto the bank? Or some bank will give you, say, I give you 10 million loan, you must put back 2 million deposit in the bank. So therefore, the net is actually 8 million. Right? That kind of liability management. Okay? So whenever you borrow from the bank look at you and assess whether you're a good borrower or not. Now on top of that, there is some capital adequacy ratio, right? So should you have a high capital bank or a low capital bank? Now it depends. Some banks prefer to have low capital because when you make the same profit, so same profit divided by earnings per share, divided by per share, the earnings per share is very high. So you have the same profit divided by more shares, you have a low earnings per share. So earnings per share is a good indicator for share price. Okay. So some banks want to have high share price. Okay. To draw new investors. Okay. So this is the ROE, the ROI. Stock calculator here. So you see, depending on what type of banks you are. Now, like I say, if in Malaysia, the domestic banking group in Malaysia, Maybank, CIMB Bank, they must have a minimum capital of 2B. Locally incorporated foreign banks, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, Bank of Japan, Bank of Tokyo, Bangkok Bank, UOB Bank, these are Singapore banks or Japanese bank. All these banks, Citibank, these are called locally incorporated bank, they must have 300 million. Standalone investment bank, RHB investment bank, 500 million. Now you will see, how come foreign banks, the investment is, the share capital is 300 million, but why Maybank must have 2B? The reason is because Maybank have more customers. And these customers are all having ATM cards. And they're all drawing money at any one time. Right? So there are many branches, there are many customers. So therefore, they want to have 2B, the government wants. Right? Now, if you are a Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, how many Hong Kong and Shanghai banks is in Malaysia? There are few compared to Maybank. So they say maybe 300 million. Okay. Now, investment bank, they are dealing with not the ordinary you and I. They're dealing with big money people. So they don't. But once they fail very terribly. So therefore, they need to have all these parameters. So this is the banking requirement in Malaysia. Okay. Minimum capital. Okay. So this is how is it? Now, this liability management. I moved the cursor wrongly already. Okay, here it is. We are here. So what is capital adequacy management? Make sure the capital is enough, the share capital, and this is the minimum based on Malaysian law. Okay. Now they also have to manage credit risk. What is managing of credit risk? Banks every day have to see whether to lend money to those people who can pay. They only try to lend money to those people who can pay, right? Those people who cannot pay, they won't know what to lend. Or they will lend a lesser amount depending on their salary. So for example, your salary is 10K, they are not going to lend to you so that you have to pay monthly 8K. They know it's impossible. If your salary is 10K and you are allowed to borrow a certain amount of money from the bank, and the bank says that you must pay 8K, it doesn't make sense. Like you only 2K for your EPF and your income tax, you have no money to survive. Therefore, you cannot pay the loan. So they will reduce. Just on the calculation, you have to earn around 11K so that you can pay 3K. And for 3K over, you can get 700K loan for 30 years. That's all. Okay, so that's how they manage credit risk. Screening and monitoring who are good people, who are bad people to give loan. Now they are specializing in lending. Some banks, like for example, Agro Bank. Have you heard of Agro Bank of Malaysia? They give a lot of loans to farmers. Then you have the MBSB, Malaysian Building Society, Berhad. That is a bank that gives loans to housing. They are specialist bank. For example, Agro Bank will not give loans for, normally they won't give loans for car loans, right? Maybank will do. Okay, MBSB will not give banks for, will not give loan for car loans. They will give loans for housing. So Agro Bank will give loan to farmers for farming, okay? Especially bank. Why? Because they are familiar with that industry. Okay. Other than that, long-term customer relationship. Banks like to have long-term customer relationship with customers. Why? Let's say they give you a loan and you pay back. When you ask for a second loan, they're little bit more willing to lend to you because you have a track record that you pay back, right? So they like to have long-term relationship with you, especially when you don't need the money. They like to lend to you. When you have money, the bank like to lend to you. Why? Because they know you can pay back. When you have no money, no banks want to lend to you, even though you need it the most. Because you have no money to start a business, you want to go to a bank to borrow money to start a business, right? The bank will not going to lend to you. Okay, sorry. Okay, collateral compensation, credit rating. Okay, what is credit rationing? Very simple. The bank will say, okay, we got 100% this amount, 50% to housing industry, 50% to home loans, 50% to 30% to credit card. That's called credit rationing. Okay, they split up the amount of loan so that they can share the risk up. Okay, managing interest rate. Okay, now I want to say this is the asset and liability, but instead of putting in the different type of categories like fixed asset, current asset, long-term liability, we change the grouping into rate sensitive asset and rate sensitive liabilities, and that's a formula. And after that formula, you must be minimum 8%. Okay, so how do we do the formula? So you reclassify the asset and liability based on rate sensitive, interest rate sensitive. Okay, and there is a formula. We call it the gap. Percentage change in market value of asset. So those asset that is got rate sensitive minus the liability that is rate sensitive. This is the gross amount times the duration in years. Okay, and this will give you the gap. Okay, or another way of calculation. So this is the gap, and by law, this gap should not be more than 8%. Okay, should not be more than 8% in Malaysia. So this is too detailed. Off balance sheet, loan sales generation, trading activities, risk. What are the off balance sheet? Like for example, the bank gives the loan to another investors. These are off balance sheet. Or off balance sheet activity. When you take a loan from the bank say you must go to the insurance company to buy from the insurance in case you die. Who's going to pay the loan? So you have to buy an insurance premium. So the insurance premium is related to the bank. So the insurance company take your insurance premium, a certain percentage give back to the bank as an introducer fee, right? Or maybe the bank say you want to take a loan, we must do a medical. To do medical, you must go to Columbia Medical. So they tell Columbia Medical, hey, this loan will take a loan, we introduce you to you, you let us know the result, you ask us to pay pay your medical, then you give me a kickback. So these are all off-sheet balance sheet items. You think the bank's so good, right? The bank always find a way to try to get income from you. You borrow the loan already, you still have to pay the interest. That's one. You want to borrow the loan, you must go and buy insurance policy, you must go for the medical test. All this money you pay to the hospital or pay to insurance company, a certain amount is kicked back to the bank. Whereas the bank will not introduce this maybe Columbia Hospital or this AIG for you to. And some bank very special one. You want to take loan, you must go to AIG, not go to Great Eastern, because they are going to deal with AIG, not AIA, right? Or you want to go for medical, you must do medical in this hospital, let's say Columbia. You cannot do it in the KPJ or whatever it is, right? Because they want to keep that. Okay? Now, there are other challenges for the banks. I think one of the final exam question is challenges for the bank. You may have challenges at bank because there's always new law by the government, right? Related to banking, and then what else? We have latest technology the bank must use. Let's say, for example, a bank come up without ATM machine. Will you want to bank it? Cannot do it. You will not try this at banks. So all the banks will have ATM machine. All the banks will have Do It Now. All the banks will have apps. So the latest technology must be given because customers will not go to a bank that is not technology savvy. Okay, so there's a new challenges for that. Always must come up new AI tools or something like that. Okay, so these are two challenges, law challenges, and there's also other challenges because of the economy. Banks always have problems when the economy goes down, right? When the economy goes down, banks got no money to lend out. The banks got no money to lend out, cannot get profit. Very simple, right? When the economy is down, so what happens? People borrow money, they'll pay back, so bank can go bankrupt. So when the economy is up, the bank also face challenges. Where to get the extra money to go and lend out, right? So these are some of the challenges, good times and bad times, right? Forecast of inflation may affect the bank, right? People put in how much money or take out how much money, all this will be affected. Okay, so that's about it. So this is the chapter on the banking and management. So it's like any company, banks are like company. The board of directors need to manage the risk of the bank. Okay. Now the next chapter is the central bank. Now in central bank in Malaysia is called the Bank Negara. Okay, Bank Negara. Now what is a Bank Negara? The Bank Negara is a government bank. It's the banker for the government. Okay, so Bank Negara is the banker for the government. So the government, the Prime Minister, will recommend who to be the board of directors of the Bank Negara. So the politician, which in this case is the Prime Minister, will recommend who will be the members of the board of directors of Bank Negara. So if it doesn't like you, the Bank Negara governor will be changed because the Prime Minister will recommend to the Abong, oh, okay, I want to change this Bank Negara governor. I want to change this director or whatever it is. Okay, so Bank Negara follows the wishes of the Prime Minister. Now that is maybe good because we, the Rakyat, voting for the Prime Minister. We, the Rakyat, vote for the Prime Minister, right? So since we are voting for Prime Minister, so the Prime Minister now requests Bank Negara to do whatever that is Prime Minister needs. So in other words, Bank Negara is voting for us because we are democratic. Okay, elected. Only problem is what happens if the Prime Minister, after getting power, do whatever he wants to do and don't care about the Rakyat, right? And then they will ask Prime Minister will ask Bank Negara to do some monetary policy of it, which is not so good for the citizen. It's too late. You can only change the Prime Minister 4 years later in the new election. Okay, so that is what happened for Bank Negara. Okay, now I just want to give you some statistics. The statutory reserve is 2%, overnight borrowing is 3% coupon rate, minimum adequacy ratio is 8%, inflation 2021 is quite close to around 3%, except here is no good, right? Because this is the COVID time with the deflation. The growth is the growth is very slower now 4%. The worldwide is still no good. Okay. So based on this, Bank Negara will try, government will say, hey, let's control inflation. So Bank Negara will buy and sell bonds to control this rate. Let's say now the GDP is 4. Bank Negara say, hey, this is 4. Prime Minister say, hey, let's increase it back to 8%. What does it do? Prime Minister asks Bank Negara, hey, supply more money in the money market, right? Therefore, there is more economic activity, so the growth will go up. Okay, that's how they do it. Now, the other way is called the Federal Reserve. This is another system. Federal Reserve is not controlled by the government. The US don't have a central bank. Okay, the US has got a thing called a Federal Reserve. A Federal Reserve is not controlled by the government. It's a company. The Fed in US is a company composed of members, like shareholders. What are shareholders? 8,000 member banks. Each bank in US are having by being a bank in US, okay, a US bank in US. A US bank in US become a shareholder of a company. That company is called Federal Reserve. And as for the company, the shareholders will vote who is to be the director. And once the board of directors is voted, they will appoint a CEO, which in this case is the chairman of the Fed. And also they have certain departments, like for example, open market operations, which is buying and selling of bonds. Key point is they don't report to the president of USA. So the president of USA cannot sack the members of the board of the Fed. But by law, this member of board, I think, can serve only consecutively only maybe 8 years. Right? After that, they have to change. The board members keep on changing. So there is no thing like we vote the president, the citizens of US vote president, president control the Fed. No such thing. Because the Fed is not a central bank, it is like a company with their own shareholders. And their shareholders is composed of American banks. Now, if Maybank open a branch in New York, they cannot become shareholder. It must be an American bank in America. Only can become shareholders. Now, which is better? We will say Bank Negara is better because we practice democracy. We vote the prime minister. The prime minister controls central bank, right? But America will say, hey, wait a minute, we don't trust politicians. We will do, the company Fed will do whatever they need to do, okay, without the control of parliament. Is that undemocratic? Yes. Is it good? Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Sometimes bad. The Bank Negara way controlled by prime minister, is it good or bad? Sometimes good, sometimes bad, depending on the prime minister, right? So we cannot say which system is different. We just have to notice that these two systems are different. Okay. Now, if you look at the other, if you go down the chapter, you have seen Bank of Canada, Bank of Japan. So big countries are Canada, Japan, UK. Okay, these follow the same way as Malaysia one. A central bank, a government bank that controls banks, control the printing of money, control the supply of money. It's controlled by the politician. Now, there are other countries, like for example, the EU, European Union Bank, and America. They follow the Fed way, Federal Reserve way. It's not controlled by any law, and therefore they have more freedom. Is it good or is it bad? Depending on the situation, right? So there's no saying which is better. It's just that there are different systems. But it seems that more people are getting used to the Federal Reserve way. Don't want to have government, right? Don't want to give too much power to the government, because bank is quite important in industry. We want the government to use politics to come into it. Okay? But anyway, Bank Negara is doing fine for Malaysia. Other countries are not so fine. Other countries with central bank, the politicians, many African countries, the politicians very corrupt. Therefore, they will corrupt their central bank. Okay, so ours is okay, but like I said, there are two types of systems. And give you an example of how crazy US is. They got about, I think, 12 districts, and each district got a few board of directors, and Federal Reserve Bank City, Federal Reserve branch cities, and there's various boundaries, and I think how many branches, how many company director or appointed functions. They can also print money Federal Reserve. So board of governors is the shareholders that I'm interested in. Open market operation. I think there's about 7,000 shareholders. It's like a company. Member banks, yes. How many member banks are there? Oh, didn't write down. I think got 7,000. Okay. Okay, anyway. So this is an informal structure. You can just go through it and see. They also got the open market operation. It's just like acting like a central bank without the control of the president of the USA. For independence. So you can see other central bank, Bank of Canada, follow Bank Nagara style, Bank of England, follow Bank Nagara style, Bank of Japan, follow Bank Nagara style, European Central Bank, follow the Fed style. Okay, follow the Fed style. So this is chapter 8. Tools of monetary policy, you can just use market reserve. So how to explain this one? I will give you a simple way. Okay. So yeah. Okay. We will look at this way. So now inflation. Inflation is high. So when inflation is high? Okay. So the people can you see this one? Laura, can you see what I'm typing?
People complain, what is this? Inflation high. Meaning to say, I see your screen.
So people complain to who? To government to bring down the inflation. Okay? So why there is inflation? Why is there inflation? I got this sign here. Cannot escape. This stupid sign here. Really? I don't understand this sign. So people complain. So what is the reason for inflation? Too much money in the market. Too much money chasing goods. The reason for inflation is very simple. Too much money chasing goods. Okay. So what do the people do? Complain to government. So what do government do? Reduce money in market. How do they do reduce money in market? There are many ways. We just give you one example, the bond way. It's the most common way. What's government action? The government will buy bonds. What happens when the government buy bonds? Oh, sorry. The government sell bonds. So, what is the people action now? The question is buy bonds by giving money to the government. Money now, money in market get reduced because the money is given to the bank. What happened to inflation now? It reduced. Understand? When inflation is very high, there's too much money chasing goods. You people complain to government because your salary never change much. But the price goes up. You complain to government. Inflation very high. If the government scared that you don't vote for them in 4 years' time, so government will do? Try to reduce money. And how do they reduce money? They sell bonds. So when they sell bonds, when people buy the bonds, by giving money to the government. Therefore, money in the market now is reduced, and then inflation has reduced. Understand? Very simple to understand. Now, how much bond to sell, to buy, of course, will be affected by what? The wealth of the people, the risk, the liquidity, right? The inflation expectation, the interest rate, most important. So that will affect the amount of buying and selling. But basically, the idea is to sell bonds to get money from the market, to reduce money. Now, what happened now? Inflation has reduced. Understand? Now, what happens when the inflation is reduced? Too little money. When there's too little money, because all the money has gone to the government already, isn't it? Okay. What happened to the business? Business drops. What happened to the business? Business drops. So what happened to business drop? No investment. Sack people. Business drop again, man. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect the business to do? Business people will not do investment and start to sack people. Now, the people complain. What do people complain about? No job, or lesser job, overtime all cut, salary all gone. And people complain. Complain to who? Complain to government. Okay. What does government now do? Increase money supply. How does the government increase money supply? Now they buy bonds. How do they buy bonds? Go to the money market and buy. Who is selling the bonds now? People action. What's people action now? Government will buy bonds, isn't it? People action, people sell bonds. Sell bonds. Sell bonds to the government. And then government give money to the market. So there's a lot of money in the market now. Okay? The money in market actually increased. What happened when the money in the market increased? What do the business people do now? What do the business people do now? Business people do what? If there's a lot of money in the market, we can do more sales, so they will go do investment. They will hire people, not sack people now. So what happened to the people now? That's jobs. And what happens if when people have jobs? They got salaries, eh? And what happens if they got salary? They go back to here. Too much money chasing goods. So your circle keep on going. Understand? Is that clear? Umar, is that clear, Umar? Yeah, you people.
Yes, sir. Clear.
So hire people, then you come out to too much money in chasing the goods, and then you come back to this area. Reduce. Inflation reduce. Then too much litter. So the business drop. So business no investment. People complain no job. Government, what the government do? Increase money supply. How do they do that? They buy bonds. So people actually sell bonds, therefore increase the money in the market. So money in the market increase. Business see a lot of money in the market. They do investment. They hire more people to do more business, and then here come back to here again. So this is a non-move, non-stop. You cannot have high employment, low inflation at the same time. It's either one or the other. It's a seesaw. Okay? So that's why you have business cycle go and go down. Right? So this area here, when it goes up, then it goes down. When you try to cut inflation, it goes down. When you increase employment, it goes up. Business. But then inflation again, always problem is inflation and employment. Okay? So these are the problem. Okay? Whenever there's an inflation high or there is no job. You cannot have either one of them. You can have either one, you cannot have two at the same time. In many cases, government like to have inflation around 3%, and the unemployment maybe less than 3%. Okay? They try to strike a balance, but always very difficult to strike a balance. Okay? Everybody clear on that? Everybody clear on that? Hi. So this is actually what it means by monetary policy. They buy bonds and sell bonds because of what the rakyat wants. And why do they care about the rakyat? Because every 4 years, the rakyat do election for the prime minister. Okay? So how do they do that? They use the operating called an open market operation. Open market operation is like in the morning, we decided how much bond to sell, how much bond to buy, what is the interest rate we will support, this and that. That is called open market operations. Okay, discount policy. Now, this discount policy and reserve requirement, this Discount policy is the central bank lend to bank. What is the amount? This is not a good way of controlling the money market. It's because when the central bank want to lend money to the commercial bank have the right to say no. Commercial bank say, I got a lot of money, I'm not going to borrow. Okay. The other one is statutory reserve. Roughly, the statutory reserve is 2%. Now, what happens if it increases to 3%? For every 1%, the impact on the money supply is maybe one in US. They are saying 1% change in the money supply is equal to 30 billion US dollars. So the impact is very huge. So normally these two they don't do, and it takes time. So normally they will do open market by doing selling and buying bonds because it's immediate, and the amount can be a big amount or small amount. Okay, they just go to market, buy and sell. Now, in order to buy and sell, of course, it depends on the wealth, the risk, the liquidity, right, of the savers, of the ones who buy bonds, and the one who sell the bonds as government will depending on government deficit, the risk, and the liquidity, and so forth. That's what we learned earlier. So the behavior of interest rates will affect the amount of bonds, okay, buy and sell. But that is secondary. The prime reason of buying and selling bonds is because of this issue. Now, is it possible that in the morning the government say, okay, buy bonds, sell bonds, and in the afternoon the government say, buy bond? Is it possible? Yes, because when they sell bond, it moves the exchange rate, moves the interest rate, and when the government say, I want to have a target interest rate, okay, hey, sell too little or sell too much already, so let's adjust it by buying a big bond or selling a big bond. So you may have cases whereby you have 1 hour government is selling bond, another hour government is buying bond because of the movements of the interest rate. They want to maintain a steady interest rate. Okay, so it's not you buy bond until all inflation reduce, then only you start to think about it. Then you keep on selling bond until inflation drop, then you only start to buy bond to increase employment. No, every day they're actually doing buying and selling bonds because of the movement of the interest rates. Okay, and also the movements of the for example, the share market. Share market price go up and market price go down, effect on the bond. When share market price go down, everybody panic. Okay, share market going to collapse. Move the money to bond. So they buy a lot of bonds. Right? And the problem is when you're talking about bond, it's not just one seller. There are many sellers of bonds. Even for the government. When the government may buy and sell bonds, then Khazanah got their own bonds. Every city may have their own bonds, municipal bonds, city bonds. Okay, state may have their own bonds. So there are many bonds. And then the bonds can be 30 years, 50 years, 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, right? So they can be coupon bond, can be what's the other bond? What's the one is coupon bond? What's the other bond? The number 4 one. Deduct bond. Is it called deduct bond? The other type of bond. Okay. So there are many different types of bonds. So they can be buying and selling. But the main reason behind all this buying and selling, right? The predominant reason is because whether it's controlling inflation or controlling jobs. Okay, whether it's controlling inflation or controlling jobs. Okay, so that is monetary policy. So we can just read through it, but I really sort of make it for that one. Make it easy to understand for you. Why government buy bonds and sell bonds? So you have to understand, right? Now, if you are a bank negara, so it's easy. The government say want to control inflation, so bank negara will do like this. Now the government say, hey, I want to increase employment, so the bank negara will do like this, right? What about Federal Reserve? Federal Reserve, there's no government, right? So why does the Federal Reserve also buy and sell bonds? Now, you have to understand, from the American Federal Reserve, there's no government. They cannot control that. They are actually owned by bankers. What's the purpose of bankers? Make profit, like any business. Okay? So, when they make profit is when there is very little inflation or where there is a high employment. For example, when there's high employment, many people got salary to put money in the bank. And then the bank take the money, go and borrow out, lend out. Therefore, the bank make profit. So the banks are interested in high employment. Now, when you got high employment, here comes inflation. Now, why does the bank want to fight inflation? It's nothing to do with the bank, isn't it? Okay. The problem is when you have high inflation, people actually have to pay more for items, and then companies make a lot of profit. It's happy for the bank. But why does the bank in America want to fight inflation? Because a runaway inflation can create bubbles. Okay, when price runs too much, you have a lot of bubbles, whether it's housing bubble, gold price bubble, whatever bubble. And whenever there's a bubble, and when the bubble die, okay, banks got problem because loans cannot be repaid, and banks lending long and receiving deposit shock that will be run on banks. So banks also not happy with inflation. Okay, banks is also not happy with no lousy unemployment. So they actually, on behalf of the government, after their own vested interest, also try to control inflation and also try to control unemployment. That's the reason. Okay. Any question on this chapter? Any question on this chapter?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, so now the last chapter is based on financial crisis. Now, what is financial crisis? When the market is unstable. What market? Money market, the banking market, the gold market, any type of financial market unstable. What happens when any market unstable? Okay, let's say for example banking. What happens if the banking industry is unstable? Everybody gonna line up, go to a door ATM machine. Understand? So the bank must pay the money. Reserve is only maybe 10%, so not enough to pay. Right? Go to borrow from another bank. If the other bank also got a run on the bank, the other bank also got people lined up on ATM because people don't trust banks. Whole financial banking industry is a problem. Banks will be bankrupt. So when banks are bankrupt, savers lose all their deposit. Maybe you were in the road fighting a leak. Okay, rioting a leak in the banks because the bank bankrupt and people lose money. Okay, so a financial crisis actually comes from many reasons. Okay, it can be a bubble, it can be a time of war, or even COVID. When people are sick, there's no jobs, no business. When there's COVID, business, there's no business because people don't spend. Everybody stay at home. Or most of us are sick, cannot spend money, right? So business is down. When business is down, what happens? Business sack people. Therefore, more people have no money. It becomes worse and worse and worse. Okay, so COVID or there's a war. If there's a war, people don't spend money. Everybody's still fighting and dying in the battlefields, right? So there are lesser people spending money. So same thing. Okay? Business go down. So there are a lot of financial crises, and it happens very, very often. The last one is 2008. How many years ago? 16 years ago. Okay, we look at this one. Sequence of events. Step one. Initial phase. The first stage. Maybe there's uncertainty. War coming. Don't know who will win. COVID. Don't know how many people will die. When is COVID over? Asset price decline. Bubbles. Okay. Housing estate price suddenly drop. Okay. Or share price suddenly drop. Deterioration in the financial balance sheet. Bank's balance sheet not good. Over risky balance sheet. Okay, bank lend to borrowers who want to repay. So all these three will start the banking crisis. Okay, this after banking crisis, the second stage, okay, people don't pay the loans. When people don't pay the loans, here comes the bank crisis. And here will create business crisis. When create business crisis, many people no job, lead to further bank problem, lead to further business problem. This is the debt deflation. You don't pay loan at all. So it is keep on going. So it can be a negative. It become worse and worse and worse and worse. Let's say, for example, COVID. COVID first year, business no good. What will COVID continue the second year? More people no job. COVID continue with third year. More people more job. More and more people getting more job. More and more people getting no job. More and more people getting no income. More and more people having struggle. Okay? Asset price keep on going down. Because those people have no money, try to sell asset. Sell to who? Other people also have no money. So they have to sell very cheap. So if they sell the assets very cheap, let's say you borrow money from a bank, you have a banking house loan, and now you want to sell, you can only sell very low price. How are you going to pay back the bank loan? Another problem, right? So it becomes negative spiral. It is so bad, so bad. So stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Okay, stage 2, we have redesign stage 3. Okay, okay. Now, the first one is called the Great Depression. There are many crises. I just take the two most serious. The first one is called the Great Depression, 1929. Okay, there is a fall in stock prices. Now, the background of the story is there was one big company in US, in the US stock exchange, and they borrow money or increase their share capital to get a lot of money to buy land to do mining of copper. So they borrow a lot of money, okay, take a lot of money from banks, take a lot of money from shareholders to buy land, to dig up the copper. Suddenly, around that time, copper is found in other parts of the world. So copper now, the demand is nearly the same, but the supply is a lot. So this company in US doing copper one suddenly found whatever copper they have, they try to sell, is selling at a very cheap price. So that company would loss. So that company go bankrupt. And don't know why the price, of course, that company stock price go down because the company is going bankrupt. Don't know why other stock prices will go down because people panic. Hey, copper also go down. Maybe my company also go down. So people start to selling their shares. And once you have more sellers than buyers, share price go down. And it become like a runaway trade. Everybody try to sell their shares. So the price of share keep on going down. The problem is you may have borrowed money to pay shares. And now the share price go down, you sell the share at a lower price, you cannot pay back the bank. And if you cannot pay back the bank got problem. Because now everybody is selling the shares and then the share price go down. Right? Those people, normal people, also buy shares, their wealth go down. So they also worry about this bank. So they start to draw money from the bank, that's why the bank run. And now people cannot pay back the loans to the bank, so cannot give the money to the ATM people. Here comes bank getting bankrupt. And when banks get bankrupt, they cannot give loans, right? And they cannot give saving account interest. So big problem. So a lot of company is go down. Okay? A lot of company go down because they cannot borrow money. So you can see the stock market price at 100. Then after 2 years, the price is only around 10%. Share price go down. Can you imagine if you have borrowed money and paid the shares, you lost everything, right? So you cannot pay back the bank. The bank cannot get money, cannot pay back your ATM card holders. Right? So the US bank panic, and many banks are closed down. I think it's around 7,000. 7,000 banks are closed down. Therefore, many people have no job. Business go down, no investment. People, business try to sack people. 20% of people are being sacked. No jobs. Every 5%, 1% no job. You understand? Suddenly the government do not receive 20% of the income tax. So government also spend lesser. So that create even more people no jobs. Okay? So overseas country also affected. Because if US have a recession, you are selling things to US, suddenly US people got no money, they cannot buy from you. So you also cannot do your export, so your business also affected. Right? So worldwide, especially in Europe, also many people lost their job because a lot of us depends on US export market. Okay, so the Great Depression was a few years until it takes, I think, 25 years for share market price to rebound, to go back to pre-crisis. And the government spent a lot of money, printing a lot of money. Now the last one is the financial crisis of 2007, 2009. Okay. Now, how does this work? Okay. Look, I'm not looking for. Maybe I will draw a picture. Okay, instead of drawing a picture, maybe I just stop verbally. And I will use the example. Okay, Alicia, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm the bank. You are working very nicely and you want to borrow money to buy a house. Understand? So I charge you 8%. Understand? Interest. Because you got a good job, you can pay me back. Okay?
Okay.
Now, is Eunice around there? Eunice? Eunice, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Now, you have a lousy job. Salary very low. You also want to borrow money from me to buy a house. You lousy borrower, I charge you 20% interest. So Eunice, you are a subprime borrower. That means you are sub, not so good. Compared with Alicia, which is a prime borrower. So prime borrower, I charge 8%. Subprime, I charge 20%. I'm a bank. Understand that? Now, why do I want to do business with Eunice? She's a lousy borrower. First, as a bank, I want to earn a lot of profit. So I can charge 20% to Eunice. So that satisfies one objective. That Eunice will pay me 20%, compare with Elisa paying me 8%. So if I get more profit, I, the bank manager, get more bonus. Then there's a risk element. What's the risk? Elisa got no risk. She's got a good job. She can pay me back. But Eunice don't have a good job. But I still lend to her because I believe prices of houses keep on going up. So if Eunice, the lousy fella, don't pay me, I lay along Eunice's house, right? I lay along Eunice's house, I still got money and make a profit. So I have taken the risk with Eunice to get a 20% on the assumption that the price of houses keep on going up. Is that understood? And then I the bank, I say, oh, no problem, isn't it? Prices of houses keep on going up. So it should not be a problem. And if Eunice finally don't pay me, and the price of houses go down, even though if I lay long Eunice's house, I still make a loss. I can go bankrupt. I don't care. I ask the central bank for help because central bank must help me. If central bank don't help me, the bank go bankrupt, and Nola and Uma, who are the depositor of the banks, lose all their money. So Nora and Izumiro or Hema already angry with the government. So now you understand the bankers are so greedy. The banker is greedy because they want to rent to lend out 20% interest. And if something happens, Bank Negara will help me. Because Bank Negara scared Nora and Hema will not vote for the government in the future. That's the background. Now, the bank now have another idea. Now I got Eunice, which is a good borrower, and Elisa. I got Elisa, which is a good borrower, and Eunice, which is a bad fellow. Why don't, instead of taking these loans under my bank management, I sell Elisa contract to an investor, and I sell Eunice, the lousy fellow, to another investor. Now, why to have two types of investors? Depending. So some investors are looking for risky assets, and some investors are looking for not so risky assets. So one type of investor like Elisa. So we were told, the bank were told this investor, hey, Elisa one, I charge 8%, but I don't want to take so much exposure on loan. I pass the loan to you, you get 6%. So I, the bank, collect from Elisa 8%, and I give you the investor 6%. So the bank is like a middleman and just get blindly the profit of 2% from the air. Now the bank also find another type of investor. You got tell the bank, will tell the hey, Eunice not so good one, we're charging 20%. You take a while. Okay, we give you 15%. Right? So the bank gave for Eunice 20%, give to the second type of investor 15%. So the bank still net 5%. Now, how do they convince the investor to buy the Eunice one, the lousy one? So the banker went and talked to the rating agency, for example, Moody. Hey, Moody, come here. I'm the bank. I got this kind of loans. I want you to grade them very good. A plus lah, AA lah, you know. Even though Eunice is lousy one, never mind. You grade them very good. If you don't grade them very good grades, A or B, next year I won't give you this kind of business for grading. The grading company also panic now. Maybe next year no business. So the grading company listen to the bank. Even though lousy people like Eunice, also we give them good grade. Understand? So everybody is happy. Okay. Now, does developer, a lot of people can get loan, so the developer keep on making more and more houses, Understand? And the price keep on going up and going up because more and more people, subprime, coming in to buy the properties. Now, this is called a bubble, a housing bubble. The price keep on going up. Even though there are not so many people staying in their house. Most of the houses are not being stayed. They buy house as a speculation. Suddenly, one day, the subprime people are so terrible, they just stop paying. No money. The bubble start to crack. Prices keep on going down. So Eunice house now is nearly very cheap. So because Eunice cannot pay, the house price go down because oversupply. When the bank try to lay long, Eunice house also cannot get good price. So the bank, the investor all lose money, Eunice lose the house. And price keep on going down. Now what happened to Elisa? Elisa is a very good fellow, always pay on the bank loan. Now when Elisa see Eunice house go down so much, you know what Elisa do? They stop paying their loan. Elisa say, I don't pay my loan. I'm going to buy the cheaper house for Eunice. So Elisa also become defaulter. So Elisa house, which is supposed to be a good price, also will be selling at a lower price because housing price keep on going down. But the drop in Eunice price is more than the drop in Elisa house. So Elisa say, even though I'm a very good borrower, I can pay back my loan. I don't want to pay back because now I can go to buy Uni's house, which is very, very much cheaper. So the bubble burst. Okay, so price keep on going down. Borrowers don't pay their loan. Here comes the famous story. When borrowers don't pay the loan, bank lend long, ATM savers is depositing short. Here come bank run. Here come government step in or don't step in. That's the issue now. Okay, in the 2029, the Fed stepped in. In 2008, the bank, Federal Reserve don't step in. Why? Federal Reserve say, okay lah, this is like a normal business. If business bankrupt, bank bankrupt, it's up to them. Who asked the depositor put the money in that bank, which they put in other banks. And the first bank to go bankrupt is called Lehman Brothers. That bank is a very old bank, I think 100 years back. And they have exposed themselves into this kind of housing bubble business, okay, or the subprime. Most biggest financial bankruptcy in the world, Lehman Brothers, 25,000 employees resigned, sacked, lost few billions of money. It creates share market price drop, housing price drop, business drop, many people no job. Okay? So what did the government do? Federal Reserve never helped. And because it dropped so much, okay, until the Fed, they panic. When the banks drop or bankrupt, who are the members of the Fed? Member banks. Their member banks is one by one closing down, become bankrupt. So now the Fed step in to send in some money. I think it's about around 200 billion. Then the government also helped in to stand about around, I think, 2.5 trillion, something like that, until the economy all recovered. Now, how do they use this money? They use this money to buy back all those lousy houses. The government buy back the lousy houses, so and pay back to the bank, so the bank can survive and pay the ATM people. So in other words, the government have a lot of houses, but the government is not in the business of having houses. So after the government buy the houses already, they sell these houses to those steady banks. Like for example, JP Morgan, Bank of America. So this Bank of America get those houses and the loans very cheap price. And Lehman Brothers, Fannie Mae, they went bankrupt. So some banks are lucky, some banks is not lucky. But the impact was felt globally. Even in Malaysia, we have many, many cases of problems because of the US market. Because we, or China or Japan, many countries see the booming housing industry in the US. We also went in and buy those contracts as investors. The whole wide world was affected. Okay, so you can look at this chapter and you can see what happened. The stock market price also go down from 100% to less than 50% within 2 years or 3 years. Just now also investment go down. Okay, what else? European also prices follow. So that's about it. So government intervention. So you can see some of the amount financial bailout. Goldman Sachs, Royal Bank of Scotland, Harvard Marilyn. Okay, some are died, some are not died. Marilyn was rescued by Bank of America. Morgan Stanley was by Bank of Tokyo and so forth. Okay, some banks physical spending. Now the government need to stimulate the economy because the market all down. So they pay out 3% of the GDP. I think it's quite big money. 63 billion. Australia also affected. A lot of money is being spent. Okay? So stabilizing monetary policy, national policy, consumer protection, fifth annual policy, and so forth. So globally, many countries are doing this kind of thing. So that's why you have this capital adequacy ratio that was come out because of this 2008 financial crisis. Okay, model question analysis. So in order to summarize this chapter, crisis always come. Okay, always have crisis. This is just only two crises. There are so many types of crises. Asian crisis, we have starting with the failure of Thailand. That's why we packed our dollar during Mahathir time. Then you have the oil crisis when the petrol price goes up very high because of control by OPEC. Okay. You also have financial crisis like the housing bubble. And last time we have another crisis based on the dot-com company, computer company sell up. Okay, create a lot of hoo-ha in the share market. They float their company, get a lot of money, but finally the software come out not so good, there was a crash. So again, big depression, crash. Now, whenever there's a financial crisis, many people change their money to physical gold. Why? See, physical gold is different from fiat currency. Physical gold, you cannot make gold. You must mining the gold. So it's not by government that just printing money. You cannot print gold. So when there's a financial crisis, people go to change to gold and hold the gold until the financial crisis is over and then convert back the gold to money. Right? When there's inflation, gold price goes up. When it's deflation, gold price don't go down so much. Because they know gold is the last or the best asset to hold. As far as gold is concerned, you can change. It's very good liquidity. It's a store of wealth, and it's a unit of account. How many grams you have? Last time, under money, you have representative money equal to gold. That's why representative money is a good currency. But now you have fiat money. People just print. Government just print, and therefore it is of lesser value. And because they print so much, we have big inflation most of the time, right? So that is all I want to say. Is there any question so far from this chapter? No? So I will see you on the 3rd of February. I will look at chapter 7, 8 together with you. And then Sunday, we will look at 9 and 10. And then on the 17th, we will go through the revision. Your final exam is on the 24th. Okay? So during final revision, I'll talk something about the exam. Right? So, but anyway, please come for class next Saturday. Okay? 3rd of February. Next Saturday, 2 to 4. Any question before we close?
No, sir.
Everything okay?
Okay.
Now, just wait for a while. I want to see something. Right. The YouTube I uploaded. How many of you people see the YouTube? Not many, huh?
1 or 2 topics I've seen already.
No, but there are supposed to be 20 of you studying. Okay. Where is the YouTube? Because if very few people look, I say I no need to upload. Right. Wait. Hang on. Since you all can understand, YouTube channel creator. Let me see. This is YouTube. Sign in first. Okay, from here second. Okay, sign in already. Okay, create. We can create, upload. Hang on, where is it? Where is channel? Home. I cannot find it now, but I saw that there is only very few people looking at the YouTube. But anyway, I try to upload again. But this is about how many hours really? From 2 to 5:30, so it's 3.5 hours. We're talking about around 2 gig. So that will take a lot of time to process. I will most likely give you only the today video, only sometime tomorrow. Okay? It takes a few hours to download, and it takes a few hours to upload into YouTube. I think because it's about slightly less than 2 gig. So it's huge amount of time. So I'm not going to give you the I'm not going to give you the got talent. Don't know where go already. So YouTube, okay, where go already? Create. I got a YouTube channel created. Don't go where? Recently uploaded. No, this is not. So anyway, okay, now I will talk about this thing later on. Okay. So is there any question before I close this class?
No, sir.
Okay, then everybody cool? Is everybody
Yeah.
cool? You have any question? No question? No issue?
Sir, do you have calculation question in our final exam?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
So you use the your what the just now the app, or you can just post a question into the Google or into the Chat GPT, and then they can give you the answer. Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, sir.
okay. Okay,
How
sir.
many of you here? Okay. Bye then. I will leave the meeting. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.